Ooh. So what are we doing today? Add Z depth fill tool. I think that's honestly just another pencil variant. Let's do this thing first. Oh, CC. It's kind of weird. Don't know. Let's try something. Is it actually that? Have I understood this bug correctly? Yeah, it has something to do with the bottom layer. But it makes no sense, because it's not happening here. And if I go down to the bottom layer again, and I draw something under there, then it's fixed. So why is this only happening on the bottom layer, and why is it like... Because that means that it's not a shader problem. That means it has to be a drawing issue. But how does that make any sense? Because that has to mean that it's drawing the bottom tiles on like the original layer. But that's not the case either. This is a really, really strange bug. Yeah, the bottom layer is 0. Just happened. Look, I have tile layer 1 and 2. It's actually 0 and 1. And when I draw this here, there. Oh no, now it's drawing it like that. There. So it's drawing the first, but not there. Not there. This might just be a bug with the eraser. Let's go check out the eraser. Let's check out the pencil. The door is revealing. Yeah, it's supposed to do that. Well, the it's weird. I don't know. The pink is obviously supposed to disappear, but something beneath the wall is pink. No. It's drawing itself. Let's see, because here's what we're doing with my pencil. But I'm setting it's set the same way. Actually, let's wait. Here we have layer to paint equals 1. And then I am setting x2, y2, level editor tile sheet. Shouldn't be that. Don't see any real problems right away. Try again. We got layer 1. We draw some of this crap. Use the eraser, we can erase that just fine. Right back in. And then we draw some walls vertically. Like that. I cannot erase the walls vertically. So that's the first issue there. What is the eraser doing differently? See, up here is pencil mode, and down here is eraser mode. That's how it works. So we just gotta go and see what the hell the difference is. Temp Y, temp Z, temp Z. Setting tile value. Eraser layer gets iterated and therefore does not touch the layer the wall is on. No, I think it has something to do with just the way we're looping. Somehow. It's super strange, because they should be using the same loop. That's what's weird. See this? Here's where I'm setting vertical selection. And this, the tiling offset, that's literally just for changing the X value of which tile we're drawing. That has no... We can try erasing the wall a bit more, but... Now with the pencil I can only erase the wall at the very bottom. If I do this, then... So here, this is a wall. Now this wall is just flat against the ground, and this wall is standing up. Now if I erase this with the eraser set to ground mode, it's gone. Only the bottom ground tile layer is gone. I set it to vertical. It's gone. Okay, so that's what's happening. The eraser is just never in vertical mode. How is that possible? It's the same tool. See here, all I'm doing is I'm doing vertical selection I'm checking if vertical selection is true or not, and then I'm just setting the way I'm setting my Y and Z. And then we get in here. This is just checking that we're inside the bounds. And then we check if there's a selection active or not. If there isn't, then we draw. Else, if there is, then we make sure that the tile is selected. Here, I save the tile, and then I make a temp tile. And then I overwrite the temp tile, and I set that as this is what's happening. And the tile history is just what the tile used to be. Here I'm doing the exact same line. And we're checking temp tile.x, and that's set all the way down here. This is where that's set. What we're drawing at. Right? Yeah, because that's selecting the tile. So we have to go back to the eraser button. Just check that we're actually setting that. Because I used to have a tool that was an eraser. So maybe I'm still setting it to that. Set editor tool type dot eraser. Yeah, and then we go into level editor, and then we go to set tool type. No? Set editor tool, and then we go in here. Case editor tool type eraser, current tool equals editor eraser. Okay. Then we go to the editor eraser. Editor pencil tool, editor eraser. Editor pencil is made by a new editor pencil, this. Oh, shit, I see what the issue is. They are two different tools. Let's try setting it like this. Equals editor pencil. And then when you pick the eraser, set editor tool. It's gonna pick the eraser there. But what we're gonna do is current tool dot vertical selection equals. Am I storing it like that though? I think I am. When we trigger the vertical button, level editor dot editor pencil dot vertical selection. No. We don't need to do that. That was the whole point of this. We don't need to change the vertical selection. what we need to change is current tool dot tool type equals editor tool type eraser. And here when we pick pencil, we do current tool dot tool type equals editor tool type dot pencil. So now they're both the same tool, they have the same variables in them, but now it should switch between the two tools, I hope. Oh, it's still drawing. So what did I do wrong there then? If mode, editor, pencil mode. Okay, that's what it's supposed to be, not tool type. Editor, pencil mode. Mode. Editor tools do not contain oh, we have to cast it. And same thing is gonna happen here. Because it's just set to be current tool is just an editor tool, and the pencil is just inherits from that. How about now then? Oh, I can't even click the button anymore. Where did that come from? It's the way I'm setting this. It's kind of shitty, to be honest. Ooh. I'm just thinking, because I recently made a... I made a new function. Because here it says make button selected. And that's gonna iterate through... the tool types and check this tool type will source be provided? No. Hmm. Editor tool type. I could make a really, really hacky thing here. No. The reason I made this was because when you start the program, otherwise, and you start with the pencil selected, for example, then the pencil button isn't selected. An easy way to do this is to literally just make the program click the button. First thing it does. So instead what I did was I made this function that and I put like a tool type on the buttons themselves, and then it just iterates through the tool buttons and it checks is the current tool equal to the button's tool type, and if it is, then make it selected, otherwise deactivate. And this works, except that now the pencil and the eraser are the same tool. And we're going to make a bucket, and the bucket is probably also going to be a pencil, but that one doesn't need verticality still, I think, at least not for now, though it might. And if it does, then it should be the same. So I think it should just be the pencil as well. So this might be a little bit of a problem. Oh. So. There is another option. There is another option. Then I don't have to fuck with this at all. We can go back here. And we can undo all of this. And then here we undo that as well. Editor pencil tool. There. And then we go to the verticality button, and here what it's doing is it's changing the vertical selection on the pencil. But how about instead we set the vertical selection in the level editor, and then we go back to our pencil tool, and then we check vertical selection, and there we add level editor. There. That way, instead of storing that value inside here, it's being stored inside the editor, and they're just sharing that variable via that. I think that'll be fine. Now we have that back. That works. Paint this vertically. We can. Can we erase it vertically? We can. There. But it's still doing this. And now we've confirmed that. But it's still really strange, because when I draw this on the wall, it's supposed to be on a second layer, right? And if I draw this one tile up, it works. Sometimes. Sometimes it didn't. It's outside the bounds of the array. I get an index error every single time I draw outside of a wall. Gotta fix that. But what's so strange about this is that it happens now, right? And if I delete it, the wall is still intact beneath. Yet if I paint something underneath, then the issue goes away. And it doesn't matter what I paint. So I don't understand how this is possible, to be perfectly honest. This is such a weird bug. Because how does me painting something underneath change anything? It's like now I erase that, then we have the wall there. So strange. Is it some kind of pixel drawing error somewhere? Because I do set some pixels. See here, I set the detail layer there. It sets a pixel. And the issue is only for the first tile as well, for 0. I don't really understand. What am I doing here? Setting tile detail texture there. There I'm also setting. I know what's happening. I know what's happening now. So what I'm doing is so it is a shader issue. It has to be a shader issue because when I draw the bottom layer, I'm setting the XY, the tile sheet, the tile type, room ID, building number, room number selected, etc., etc. But when I'm painting the detail layer, what I'm doing is I am setting a second set of variables. I'm setting x2, y2, tile sheet 2, and I'm leaving all the other ones intact, except for tile sheet. So in tile sheet, I'm adding a flag to the final bit, and that flag tells us that there's a detail in that tile. Because I don't paint details unless there is a base tile there. And what happens then when I draw a normal tile underneath to fix the pink is that I am setting a tile sheet to just be equals to level editor dot tile sheet. And that means that I'm overwriting my bit flag. And that's why it disappears. And that's why it works after. But it's not supposed to do that. So what we can do is because here I'm just drawing on it, so we're just overwriting it. We're not erasing. So what we can do is we can do y bit equals and equals no. Or equals. Wait, how did I do this? I'm doing that down here somewhere. There. So if we do and 1 to 8, we do bit equals temp tile dot tile sheet and 1 to 8. Cast this to a byte? Wait, am I retarded? Oh yeah, you have to cast it. Sign it, because it turns it into an int for some reason. So this means that it will set bit to 1. No, it'll set it to 128 if tile sheet's 8th bit is 1. Then we should get that. And then we set the tile sheet, and then we set temp tile tile sheet or equals 128. No, bit. Right? That should do it. Now, the bug is still there, but that's not the issue here. We're trying to solve this. So now if I switch to 1 and I draw there, now that doesn't fix the bug anymore, like it did before. And that's a good thing, because that was a bug in itself. So now what we need to do is we need to go into the compute shader. And we need to find detail. Check detail text. Now, the thing is, we do reach Z level 0. So that in and of itself should not be an issue. Unless there's a return first. So then here we check for the detail. What? If z equals 0, how can this cause everything else to break? How can that break the transparency? What? It didn't even return red instead. If z equals 0, yeah, no, I kind of understand how it could break it, but I don't understand how it doesn't return a red. How is that possible? It should just skip past this then. Yeah, anyway. I read something about ints being bad in shaders, and then I changed it all to floats. But I don't really think it matters. Why does my vertical selection button not work anymore? How did that break? That's why. Checking against the pencil that we're not setting anymore. So while that didn't exactly fix it, it also... It also fixed this, but... Region door. So, okay, so this is what never happens. I think I could comment this entire section out. And it wouldn't affect anything. Because that was meant for the doors when they were still objects. They are no longer. but we can leave it in. So it should be in here. Because again, this is where we check the detail, and we have a Z there. And then here somewhere, there's going to be a check here for pink color. Here it is. Yeah. Because what it's doing here is that when we find the pixel and we check it and we see, oh, it's pink, then we skip this Z level and we go straight down to the bottom. But or we go to the next iteration, right? We go from Z2 to Z1, and then we keep going. That's how I delete one wall. But once we're at the bottom here, because up here we grab the pink, right? And then when we reach here, you have to add an OR that equals 0. Some ground. Wall. Doors. Fuck you. That was the fix. For sure. What? No, it's not. I can think of a better way to do this, but I don't want to bother. But like the way it's happening right now is that we raycast or we ray march or whatever, we march through, we pixel march, we tile march, weirdo words. Anyway, we ray march through if we find a wall, or every ray march step, we check and see if there's a pixel, or well, we check against the current like tile data, and then we see, do we return something that has an alpha value. If the answer is no, then we skip it, keep ray marching. If we find something that has an alpha value, then we draw that. It's that simple. But also, if it's transparent, then we save that color value, and then we keep ray marching. But what happens is that when we ray march and we find a tile that has a detail, then it goes into the detail layer and it grabs a pixel there. If that pixel is not transparent, it returns it, and that's what the color is now set to, the detail layer. And what happens then is that it's grabbing this pink layer, and then when I get to the end of the loop, we're checking, is the color pink? If the answer is yes, then we just skip that, we just keep looping, just like if it was transparent. And this works just fine until we reach the bottom. And the problem is that, but when we reach the pink on the on Z0, then we've already discarded the color, and the only thing that can happen is that we skip it. So what I'd have to do is I need to have a one way to do it is to have like a separate color for the detail, and then kind of just check that and draw that instead once we draw, if it has an alpha value. But another way to do it is, I think, simply to call the raycast loop again. Because the raycast loop just sets C. That's what it does. It doesn't even return C, it just sets C. Hello, Telos. So what we can do is, after this, we can do... This is just in worst case scenario that we find nothing. If that equals 0, we do raycast loop, and then we do result id.xy. We just do that. Hmm. I think I've actually been doing something stupid here. This is the object area, I think. That doesn't work either. So let's look for this. Yeah, because this is the end. This is where it needs to happen. Here, I think we can make a simple check here. So what I'm doing is I'm checking the detail layer, and then I do set another color here. We set ctemp2. And then if ctemp2 does not contain alpha, then I set C to ctemp2. And here I'm doing what I said before. I'm checking if this is pink, or if this isn't pink, then we return that. But this never happens, and so it goes just down here. And it just returns that. But I would prefer if this was something like this instead. And then we do check ctemp2 there. And then I kind of don't want to set anything there. And then here we check if ctemp2 equals pink. If that does not equal pink, then Then we do if c temp 2 dot a greater than 0. Then we'll set CRGB we'll set C to equals C temp. Now, this whole multiplying the RGB by the alpha, that's some fucking meme that I don't understand anymore. Like, it used to be an issue with the shaders where if I didn't multiply the sprite by the alpha, it would get like a weird outline or whatever. Not an outline, but like a ghosting background. But I don't feel like that's something you actually need to do for the most part. So what should happen now is that if it contains a detail, then we set ctemp2 to the detail color, and if that is not pink, then we go in there and we set C to ctemp2 if ctemp2's alpha is greater than 0. And then we return. So what's gonna happen is that we will keep our C when we are at the bottom level, because it's not gonna overwrite that, and it's not gonna go in there because it's pink. And then it'll just skip everything and just go down there to return C. Theory. Yeah. Weird. What the fuck, dude? I don't know at all what's happening there. So we can try setting this as a constant. Is that enough? Now it works. But there is an inherent bug here, and that's the fact that what this is trying to do is it's trying to skip this tile and draw whatever is behind it. But this is the bottom layer. This is Z0. So basically what that means is that I don't think we can have doors properly on Z level 0 without manually fixing the threshold. But I think that's fine. What happens when I put Rhea there? For some reason that also works fine. That's very surprising to me. Could you make a sprite that specifically has the threshold you want and just drop those in as like a preset instead of fucking with the code or dropping a new threshold every time? Well, if I just do this, it's a little bit confusing, I think. But if we draw this here, and then say we put that there, then we draw this like one tile up, like this. Then I put a vertical wall here. Now if I do this, fucking up. Alright, let's try again. Make sure we have this selected. That might be important. And we take that, put that there. Draw some wall. Well, that's very confusing. So is it just skipping everything? I put this here, and then I put one floor there, and we can put another wall, like a floor above that. And then we sandwich in another floor there. If I put this here, it skips all the layers. I kind of know why though. Because here it says if contains detail equals 1, then we check ctemp. It needs an else. Well, we can do this, right? ctemp2 equals contains detail equals 1. Then we set it to check detail, else we set it to 0. Like that. But it's gonna be a little bit fucky to deal with these walls and stuff. But yeah, now it works. But yeah, this is something I have had in mind, which is a little bit of an issue. I think. Do you even fix this? Fuck. Then damn it. That's a big bug, actually. How the hell do I fix that? Oh, shit. I might have to make another mask color. Because see, what's happening now is that while it's opening up a hole properly, what's happening is that because the bottom of the door is on the same layer as the floor, it'll skip the floor no matter what. So what I would have to do is I would have to make it do some kind of check. For example, I could make it not capable of looping through like a floor tile. So it can only skip balls. But regardless, I'd still have to give it a threshold, because that's just, there's gonna be some art there, so that part doesn't really matter. But see, the issue is that I'm not actually sending the tile types to the array or to the shader. So I don't really have that access. That's why I'm thinking that one solution is to make another color at the bottom. Here it's pink, so instead of having it pink, you could make it like pure red or pure green or whatever. And that would tell the shader that this is a door mask, but this is the last tile, so we need to draw whatever is on our tile. Another option is to do this. That. There. Then we simply paint a ground tile there. Oh shit, but yeah. But when it comes to building houses, the whole idea of this little window here is to be able to build building prefabs. So I would just be able to select a building and then just like click and place it like that. the idea at least. But not functional. I think it would not be that hard to get it to work, but it's super low priority. I just need to get this functional first and foremost, and then we can make a combat prototype. We fixed... Yeah, that was that. Not that much left, hopefully. After this, I think there are some... There is a bug. Index access error when drawing detail outside of base files. Error. Something else I want to fix is buttons activate when mousing over while drawing files. That one is super annoying. You select some tiles here and you draw and you go up here and you're like, now I'd open the save as window. Because for some reason that's checking for a button down and not, or a button and not a button down. Button down means it only happens on the first frame when you click. It's a little bit early, but I'm gonna take my break now, because otherwise I'll have to start the next step and then stop, and I don't feel like doing that. So I'm gonna take a break, and then I'll come back, deal with some more stupid bugs. Yeah. Yep. I'll be back in a little bit. Well, I'm back. I don't want to do anything yet. I don't know why I browse Steam. Every time I see something that looks interesting, it has mixed or negative reviews. Raft looks super boring single player. This game as well. I don't like modern survival games. Like, it's literally just walking around and then you shoot something with a gun. Guns are just not fun. This isn't an open world survival craft, fuck off. Mixed. Star Sand is getting positive reviews now. Recent mix. I'm not buying a mixed game. It's not worth the effort. Rogue Frontiers. This is also why I'm trying to lean harder into just making games. I just can't play anything anymore. Like this, it's just not... No one makes anything slightly interesting. Like, it's all just dog shit. Like, I see people talking about Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode on Twitter. If you can enjoy Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode, then you are retarded. Unironically retarded. Because it doesn't have functionality. Like, it doesn't work. You might as well go into the Skyrim editor and delete all NPCs from the game. And then just play Skyrim. Like, that's Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode. You can leave like guards that don't have dialogue. I don't understand. North Dark. The fuck is North Dark? This is why I just want to play MMOs, because you can just play them. Grind is good. Fuck you. Grind is like the only gameplay that's worth anything in video games. Big is this update? How much memory do I have left? 4 gigs. Oh well. What? No. Gonna regret this. I'm just closing everything. Hello, Daniel. I'm making a level editor for our RPG. I'm also working on the rendering. This is a really crappy placeholder background tile set. Doesn't even look like a proper ground. So what I've been doing now is just implementing all of this. So we can have buildings and whatnot. And like I said, I'm also working on the rendering. Been quite a lot of work. I need a button for this too. Room checker. There. Well, we need a door. The door there? No. There. Now we have some buildings. You can walk inside them. The roof and the front walls disappear, so you can see inside. And other characters still get hidden behind the building, and this is what I've been working on. Oh, that's a bug. Okay, interesting. Let's type that down. Bug when moving behind the building with door on front. But right now there's a bug that when I'm drawing, the buttons everywhere, they trigger when you just mouse over them. Yeah, that's a bug. But that's I think that's part of this. Transparency is broken. Because it's supposed to become semi-transparent when you walk behind. I have an older project here where it works, but I broke a lot of things because I had to rework a lot of the engine. And this is not what our buildings are supposed to look like either. I do have some stuff that I'm working on that looks a little bit better. We've got buildings here. It's also still work in progress, but it looks a little bit better, I think, than that. Some degree. Did all that by yourself? Yeah. The we also have this that we're working on. Or that I'm working on, I guess. This is supposed to be like a trade center. Pretty big. But I'm really mostly just working on the tile set here. And then it needs to be implemented somehow. I got kind of stuck here on the wall, because making this wall, like, brighten up, that was my idea. It took forever, and it was really hard. Hello, Robert. But we'll have to implement that later. First of all, functionality. No, we're not back to visuals. Editor right tile type button. I have to add get the mouse button down to all the buttons. Which is very fun. How long have I been programming? I started around maybe 2014 or something. But that was just Game Maker. And it was pretty sporadic, to be honest. But this, it's been a year. This. C# a year? No. C# has been longer. I don't really remember though, but I think I switched maybe 2017 or something. Game Maker wasn't cutting it. There are a bunch of buttons that I have to reopen, apparently. Blah, 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 blah. That button up. Sure. But yeah, here, this is more... It's supposed to do something like this when you walk behind. But I haven't gotten it to work again. I was doing this in a shader. Just a normal fragment shader, but I moved it all over to a compute shader to make it run a little faster, and I haven't gotten this back to working there yet. So let's see here. Where might we have buttons? I'll toggle. Button down. That button down. Down. Button down. Button down. Ah. Spool to string? What? Wait, I'm retarded. Wait, what? What am I doing? There. These buttons don't actually do anything, but I might as well implement it here. This is for the prefab editor, and the prefab editor isn't functional. I'm sure there are better ways to do this. This feels awful. And these don't really matter. Those are windows. Context bar. Because what you could do is inside base trigger here, you could, or when it triggers, it could check the tool or something, and it could have a variable or whatever. 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 I haven't made the save button do anything. Save as though, that works. But right now, I'm just trying to make it functional enough so that I can use the editor and make a level, so that we have a test level. It doesn't need to be functional enough yet for everyone else to be able to use it. That should be all the buttons. So now when we draw, doesn't matter if we accidentally go out to the sides there or down there. or over here, or over there. We just still keep drawing. It's good. Fixed. Index axis error when drawing detail outside of base tile. Let's look that up, I guess. Where would that be? That should be in the pencil. So what is happening? This is the draw step. If temp_tile.tilesheet does not equal 0. Here. I'm converting this position to a 1D array position. Here I'm accessing the 3D array with just this, but here I have a little function to convert it into a 3D tile, or a 3D or a 1D array. And that's like the only place I can think that there might be an issue here. Because otherwise, like, I'm already checking for every loop here. I set temp Y and temp Z there, and then I have our mouse position plus X. And then I check, before we do anything, I check if mouse position.x plus X is greater than 0. And I check if we are less than length. So, like, no matter what I do with these values, this should not throw an out of bounds error. Which is why it's so strange. And that means that it has to do with something else. And it only happens here. Detail array. Let's try. What happens? I literally just switch over to the detail layer and I try to paint. Then it says index was out of bounds. I wonder if this is super simple. If we go down here, let's see. Mouse button up. Yeah. Here. Controller.execute action. If action list.count is greater than 0. That should fix it. Because what was happening was that I'm only drawing I'm only drawing a detail tile if there is a normal tile. So if there are no normal tiles, then nothing is drawn. So nothing is added to the action list array or action list. And when I send the action list to the execute action step, it tries to check the first index, that was also a mistake, I think, but it tries to check the first index. And if there is no first index, then we get an index out of bounds error. But there is a similar problem, but not really, with the eraser. And the issue is if we draw some stuff here and then we switch to the eraser and we erase there and then we erase here a couple of times, then we erase there. Now if I try to undo, I have to undo all of these empty erasures, which I guess isn't really that big of a deal, but it's kind of weird. But I'm not trying to perfect this. Let's not even count that as a bug. Index access error, that's fixed. Ooh. Transparency is broken. Now that one is a little trickier. Player behind object or player indoors. This is the important step then. This... Ooh, the math here is so annoying. Do you have any idea how hard this was to figure out? Figure out a method for this shit? And it's still a bad method. I'm not rewriting it, at least not until I get it to work. But it has some issues. What I'm doing is I'm ray tracing until I find the first wall. And when I do find the first wall, I check our against our height map sample, I think. And there's also tile state, level stencil. And with that information, I figure out how tall the current building is based on the pixel. And then I set the transparency based on that so that we get a nice smooth curve. And what I need to do is I need to find the first wall. And then I need to find the next wall that is visible. Because all the walls that are behind the first wall are set to not be visible. So... or like in that building. So it's building specific. So I need to get that too. Like, I need to find the first wall and then I need to check which building is this. And then I need to check, is the player standing inside this building? If no, then you raycast past all of the building's tiles until you find another wall or floor or ground or whatever that isn't that building, that the player is, again, not behind. And then based on the distance until we... well, no, I used to do it based on where we hit the ground, but then I changed it so that now we do it based on the wall's internal... like, I send the height of the wall to the shader as a color value in a texture. And then I read that, and based on that number, I set it to be like a certain amount of transparent. That's how it works. Really wish that I understood all of that code a bit more. Yeah. But understanding other people's code is like borderline impossible unless it's just like a small snippet of something. To be perfectly honest. But the main issue here is that I don't know where the problem is. The problem could be anywhere. It could be in the tile state here, where we are sampling this level stencil. It could be that I'm not sending the level stencil correctly. It could be that I'm not setting the level stencil correctly anymore. It could be one of these values here are incorrect, so it's not reading it properly. It could be any of these values here, because before, when I was doing this in a fragment shader, a lot of these values were like a pixel position were 0.01. So that was 1 pixel. So 2 pixels was 002. But now I'm doing it in a compute shader, and now the pixel values are 1, 2, 3 instead. And I think there's just a lot of probably fucked up code here, but I can't tell because I don't know what any of this is, and I still haven't figured out how to use. There are like shader debuggers, but I haven't figured out how to do anything with those. Oh. So I guess the first thing we do is we go to the controller script. And then we find level stencil. Init level stencil. What does init level stencil return? It returns a texture 3D, but what are we setting in there? We are setting tile type, room ID, building number. So the level stencil does not contain anything that is a decimal value. So what about this height map? Here we are setting floor height based on the room's floor height. Building number based on the building's base Z and base height. And none of these values are decimals either. And it's just sent like that. So, is it all just the math that's wrong? Again, this is where we check if the player is behind an object or indoors. This should work, in my opinion. The -1 might be wrong, but I'm not so sure about that. So we have to double check. I mean, this is a little bit wobbly. I'm doing just straight up float comparisons. And that might be... Binding back wall. Where do we set that? Man, I want my numbers back. Where are my numbers? Google Visual Studio Compute Shader lines hidden. Visual Studio lines hidden. How to collapse and hide sections of code. No. No, no. Show or hide line numbers. Text editor. HLSL. And you're saying it is line numbers. What's virtual space? Anyway, there we go. 1732. So binding back wall should be an integer. Well, in fact, it should be a bool. Right. And it's a little bit tricky as well to figure out what the issue is in a compute shader, because it does things slightly differently than the fragment shader does. Because in Unity, when you're using a normal shader, Unity like assigns a lot of data or a lot of context automatically. Like if you send it a texture, it'll set that texture to be based on floats. But if you're using a compute shader, you have to designate that yourself. For example. And I think there were other things too that weren't right. Like Unity has a lot of built-in steps that you can do. Like you can, if you have a texture and you call it main text, if you type main text underscore texel size and just add that as a variable, that will automatically contain the texture size of your texture. But you can't do that in a compute shader. That doesn't work. And the same thing with samplers. If you use a sampler to get a color from a texture inside your compute shader, you have to set it up manually to use like the correct clamp, and it has to be point instead of, you know, aliased or whatever. And none of these things generate an error. It just doesn't work. And that's why sometimes figuring out why something doesn't work here can be pretty special. And the way you do it is you do it one step at a time. So here, for example, if I can get this to just return xy id.xy equals float 4 0 1 0 0 and then return. If I can get that to work, then we can show like a red box where this is supposed to render something. And if it shows a red box, then we know that this if statement up there is functional and it can enter here. And then you kind of just have to do that with every step, pretty much. That's the only way I've really figured out how to do this. I haven't bothered with anything else. I forgot what I was just doing. We were like looking at that. Cannot use casts on L values. I values? Can you not use booleans in HLSL boolean? HLSL supports bool, true or false? This is just like in the beginning, so compute shader boolean. What's the problem? Cannot use casts on I values. Have to ask the experts. And pray for an answer in a reasonable time frame. Is this... See... This is the problem with trying to learn like C++ or whatever and working outside of an engine. Just making your own. Is there are just so many rules. Like, I feel like you basically have to read one of these like 1200 page books on computer programming. And I'm not doing that. I can't even read an article. So I am a little bit interested in just trying to do some C++ programming outside of an engine and just see how it goes, kind of. But it also feels like a waste of time. Because really for my other project, I think we can probably get away with things inside Unity. Even though voxels are very special to draw. It's just doing it with meshes is a little bit special. It's not a good method. Nobody knows. Nobody wants to answer me. That explains why this was not a boolean before. So basically what we have to do is we have to go and undo all of it. All the way up to here, where we change it to an integer again. Let's make a little test level here, make sure it works. And by make sure it works, I mean that the test level works. Boom checker. Object. Save the level later. There is an issue. What happens if we select the roof and we go to our editor here, set building number to 0, room ID to 0, room number to 0. That's why the roof isn't working. It's not being included. But that doesn't solve the issue. Oh. What's happening is I have a function that it goes through every single tile, and when it finds a floor tile, it checks if it is surrounded by or if it has a wall on any side. And if it does, then it goes around the wall in a until it finds itself again. It goes around the wall. And after it's done that, it checks every single vertex that it's created, because the building might have, like it might not be square, it might be shaped in any way. So every single time it turns, it creates a vertex. And then we check the vertex upwards until we find the roof. And that is how tall the building is, right? And after we've done this, we go through all of the tiles inside the building up to the roof size, and we set all of those to the new building ID or the new building number. And after we've done that, we expand the vertices outwards so that the walls also count as the building. But the problem here is that the roof isn't included in this. And it's not as simple as just go in and include the roof, because there is a real issue with it, and I don't know how to solve it. Because the way this works is that if I'm like checking inside of a building, then all I need is the floor section, right? And then I can check against the wall, and I can follow the wall around. But when you have a roof, it's not as simple. Because the roof only has roof, so there's nothing to check against. I could check downwards to find the building, but that doesn't help entirely, because the roof has like this, like it's sticking out, right? So there is a section of the roof here that is not adjacent to the building at all. And what if you have another building that's right here? Or let's make it even more spread out like this, right? So now, if I'm going to try to check this roof and it's sticking out like this, I can't just check the edges of the roof, because this is also roof. Even if there's like a bunch of space here, Both of these tiles are roof. So it becomes very troublesome. The only thing that I can really think of to do is to add another tile type. And call it like roof. Roof edge, for example. And this is something I've been trying to avoid. Because I already have 7 tile types, including none. And I didn't want to implement something like that, but I can't think of any other proper way to really do this that fits all cases. I think I can kind of come up with something. Can I? What if you set all the buildings first, and then you go to the roofs? And the way you do it is, because now the building has a set of vertices. So what if you go to these vertices and you just check above these vertices, which is like the edge of the outer wall on buildings. And you check one step up. And then you check around them. And well, we should just check outwards, because we can know which way is outwards, I think. So if you check outwards and you find another wall roof tile there, then what you can do, I think, is you can, if you check down there and you don't find anything, then you can assume that this is part of the current building, I think. There might be some edge case where you have one building that has roof that only fits snugly on top of its tiles, and then next to it, like right next to it, there's another building with roof tiles that are sticking out. And in those cases, it might glitch out. There is a more complicated way of doing it. What you can do is, I don't know about checking the top. Nah. Because I was thinking you could like check all of the vertices and check for roof, and then check downwards and see, is there like a roof edging here or not, but again, all of this is 100 million times more complicated than just adding a fucking edge tile to the type. It's just that if there's another tile, then we need another button. Already have crowded amounts of buttons. There's another solution for now as well. But that requires more buttons. I do need those buttons anyway. So I could implement that, but I could just make a button that says set building. Pretty much. But it's not a great solution because well, I think it only needs to be part of the building. But like I have three variables. I have room number, room ID, and building number. And you have to, if you can't, no, you have to be able to set this manually in the engine anyway, so. One day, these sprites textual will not be ass. One day. Does it have to look nice? No. Look nice. I don't know if square is better for a dot or just keep it like that. I just don't like the star shape. It's not a good shape. Now it's a little bit tricky. The room ID. Changing the room ID, I feel, is a little bit... I don't think you need to do that. In fact, I don't think you should do that. Because yeah, I think it'll break if you change the room ID. But I might still keep the option there. And the reason for that is when I generate the rooms, the building or the room number is actually the internal room number for within the building. I should change this to floor. Like, this should be floor. This should be room ID. This should be floor. That would make a lot more sense in my brain. Because I am confused about it. A lot. It's hard to keep them separate. know if that's too crowded. Whatever. But yeah, the floor number is the number within the building, while the room ID is like a global list of all the rooms. So, like, floor number 1 inside building number 3 might just be room number 6. And that's just so that you can easily access them from a list. So changing the room ID doesn't necessarily make sense. But the annoying part here is that now we're gonna need 2 buttons. How do I do this? Because I need to have a toggle. Maybe I'll put some buttons over here. Make it something like that in size. $10,000 in Asebright. Hate the T so much. There. That's better, I think. Not really. It still sucks. It feels like it's lower than all the other thing. Let's That's weird. Who broke their laptop? How'd you break your laptop? Spill Chucky milk on it? Knocked it down. Oh, that's unfortunate. But yeah, things falling. That's a lot of force, to be honest. That is unfortunate. They should get a new laptop. Let's try finishing this, and then I'm gonna take another break. I don't think, well, I don't know if the warranty covers knocked over laptops. Maybe it does, I don't know. I don't think Dave is working on this app anymore. Rather unfortunate. But on the other hand, I think I have updates turned off on it. Yeah. January 12 was the last beta patch. May 26, 2021, we got Aseprite 1.3. Yeah. I mean, I guess it depends on the company. Some might just replace whatever you have, and some might try to get out of the warranty as much as possible. It's... There's so many like this. I can't find my saved files. Where did I save my files? This is what it's like to be an application developer making programs. It's like people who are too stupid to tie their shoelaces that you have to deal with on a daily basis, 24/7. Someone wants transparency on GIFs? Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Why Aseprite don't allow me to press ESC button? How to save a file? Oh, this is a Windows error. But this is Linux. How to save? Why did I get a Tower 57 booster pack? I haven't finished that game. I haven't even, barely even played it. But yeah, I need to take a break. Let's try to this. You can tell that it's time to go for a walk when no longer focused on doing even the most simple shit. And then we need... None of these seem to be good sizes. Morning, Keebs. And then I would like this to be a little bit darker than usual. That. Maybe I should have it the other way around. I don't know. I don't really care. Doesn't really matter. The colon might get a little bit confusing there. Building row number first. Too much text. It's too long. Fucking sound effect song. It keeps popping on. Let's try a little quick something here. What if I go down here Pool poop equals false. Can I now set that there at all? I can. You can have that. But you can't set test. So you can't set booleans inside this the code. It's kind of weird. Oh, you're a graphics designer? No, you're blocked. Ooh. What was I doing? We were setting up this little thingy. Like that, perhaps? Now this is a little bit spooky because... Well, I think I won't tie it to the pencil at all. I'll make this so that you have to click set to selection. But this still means that you have to set every roof manually at the moment.
I'll go for another walk, and I'll be back in a little bit. See you soon.
I
Are you online? I forgot about that shit. It's still around. Yeah.
I want some cheese. Jeez. We're pretty damn close to the end, though, for today. Now we have to export all of this shit.
Almost recovered. That's what it needs to look like. Kinda don't like this. Put it on both sides if we're gonna have it. Now this, unfortunately, needs to have width 19. 15. 15. Fine. $19 times 4.
Will my brain recover? And these we just save as individual texts. Billy button. No, this one only needs to be 3. It doesn't need to remain pressed, so we only need 3.
Alright, let's try exporting this. What am I exporting here? Set to selection. Building number. Set. Building room number. Set button. Total mouthful. Room ID label. Floor number layer label. To set label. Building number label. Editor. What should I call this? Dot selection button. And the last one. Ooh. Editor input box 9 slots. And guess what? How many buttons do we need? Need the button there. Duplicate, 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 duplicate. Those are buttons, and then we need labels. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Now this is going to be a different button type. Editor. This is a button I should have made long ago, I think. Almost at my limit. Almost. So this needs a public bool toggle equals false. And then if button down, this is actually incorrect. It should be get mouse button up. That's when we should do the thing. Then we do toggle. This was a thing. Toggle equals toggle. And then we also need a new update. If toggle, else if toggle, then we do button selected, and here we do button default. Button active equals false, button active equals false. Now the annoying part here is ideally I would want this trigger to be able to input a specific boolean. How can I do that? Because you've got those little lists that they have on their buttons, where you can make the buttons trigger certain things. I was kind of wondering if you could do the same and like pass in a boolean into a generic boolean here. But you can't do that. It would have to be a class. Something. Because a boolean is not a reference type. And that means that this is not the greatest way to do this. If you want to have different types of button, the way I'm doing it is I've got a window element, and all window elements that are interactable go into the same arrays on each window. That way I can just iterate through them and check if we're inside the bounds of that element. And the problem is that I end up having to make like 6 billion different buttons, but ideally it would be good to have like one button that's like a toggle, for example, and then that button can set a boolean that's passed in. But to do that, to like set a specific bool, I have to make a new script and inherit from the original script anyway, so it doesn't matter. Hello, Prestige. Am I Scandinavian? I'm very Scandinavian. That is correct. So in this case, while I would like this to be a generic toggle button, I don't know how to do that. So let's trash the toggle button. Toggle. And then we go here, delete. And then this is editor floor number button. In the long run, I would prefer finding a more elegant solution for this, but For the moment, I don't care that much. I just want it to work. So, this is the editor floor number button. And what we're gonna do here gonna get a little bit annoying, but I think I'll keep this inside the level editor. We put some booleans here. Public bool, right floor number, public bool, right building number, public bool, right room ID. Public void right what did I call it? Right style structure metadata. Does that make any sense? And then here we need to pass in all those booleans. Well, technically I don't, because they're in the same script. So what we need to do is we need to use what do I need to know? We need to know this current selection. So this needs to be a 4xyz loop. And it's going to start at selected focused controller dot selected selection editor selection size A dot x, not dot z. Dot y and dot x. No, I put them in the wrong place. That's where we start. And then less than or equals to focus controller editor size B. Dot y less than or equals to z less than or equals to. And then what we need to do is we need to just do focused controller dot tile matrix x y z dot. Well, here's where it comes in, right? Dot room ID equals room write room ID, then... Well, we're not done. If write room ID, then we write the room ID that we're inputting. Otherwise, we write the... we don't write, we just write the current room ID. Is that... that's unnecessary. Let's just do if write room ID. Let's just do it this way. I just want it to be fancy. If write building number, if write floor number, right? Room number, and I want to change this. I want to change room number to floor number. What are we making? We are working on or I am working on a level editor and a rendering system for our RPG project. And right now you can't really do much with it. You can write out... I have some really, really ugly tiles here. These are all just placeholder things. And so I've just been making a way for us to be able to make levels and stuff. And also how the game handles, renders objects and renders the world. You can write out a little shitty house here. And that needs to be a door. Roof. Unity does have tools like this, but they are super rudimentary. I honestly don't like using Unity's tools for anything in general. I don't really like them. I think they might be decent for prototyping and stuff, but I just don't like using them for anything real. Because if you do use them and you want to build on them, you have to just rip them out again and just like rework everything that relied on it. So now we've got a little house here. We got a player that can walk behind the buildings and whatnot. Yeah, that's... I mean, it has everything it needs to be an actual game engine. Like Valheim is made in Unity, and it's almost exclusively made, from what I understand, with Unity prototyping features, like Unity terrain and whatnot, and just Unity's built-in physics and all of that stuff. So like you can make real games with it, but like I said, if you want something more out of it, you're shit out of luck. Because in Valheim, for example, they've got digging, kind of, like you can dig into the ground and like mine copper and stuff. But you're not actually digging into the ground, you're just standing on like a plane. It's just a quad basically, or a plane. And it's just getting like deformed. So it's not actually digging down into the ground. And they can't do anything about it without removing this whole like Unity terrain system entirely and writing it from scratch and making something like that. So that's why I try to avoid Unity's built-in things. I view them more as prototyping tools than anything, but I'm not exactly the best programmer in the world either. I'm just kind of fumbling my way through things, figuring things out as I go. But now I've placed an object here, and what you can do is we can go down here and click room checker. And of course this time it crashes. Why does it... what? I must have fucked something up, but I don't really see any difference between Unity and Unreal, to be honest. But maybe, I haven't really used Unreal too much either, so I don't really know either. But I think they're basically equivalent. It just depends on how much you wanna deal with them. Deal with writing things yourself. But there, now we can walk inside this building, for example. And the walls disappear. It's still bugged back here. Yep. So yeah, these are the things I've been writing. I haven't made... we have some art as well, but I haven't really done anything on it for ages, because this has taken so long to get done, but this is what we've got there. At the moment, we've got some tile work done. That's still kind of work in progress, to be honest. Got some stuff there. Is my tree not on this? Stop hiding everything. Shadow, shadow, shadow. Brazier. Ah, whatever. There's supposed to be a tree there. Are you saying Unreal is worse for 2D? I don't entirely buy the like this is bad for 2D thing, because 2D is like, if you can make 3D, then you can make 2D. Like, that's just my opinion. It just depends on like how much how many tools do they have to simplify it for you to like get pixel perfect stuff. But I don't even use any of that in Unity. It's pretty easy to make yourself, to be honest. But yeah, we have a little bit bigger map that we're working on, or I've been working on. Well, they aren't officially supported. Alright, well, see, I don't really necessarily mind that, because the 2D tools in Unity fucking suck. So... yeah. But I've also made some other things here for our project. We've got but it's not much. Like I just implemented like an animation tree. It's super easy stuff.
I'm just hoping that we get through this editor soon. I was hoping to finish it before the new year, but I don't think... It's not gonna be far after, I think, but it's not gonna happen before New Year's. For some reason I'm using an older Unity version here, but... Yeah, you see, I just got a little state machine there. It's pretty simple. But you can walk around and it animates. And it just felt kind of nice to implement that. Having a walk cycle. You can also take damage. I also have really rudimentary shooting animations and item animations that I haven't actually made yet. There's also... I thought I made a walking animation that's for like being idle. Because this is the combat sprite, right? So I thought, oh yeah, there. Like 2 frames. Now we go back in casting. We've got back animation. We've got casting animation. I mostly really just made... This is one of our main characters, Ria, and I animated her for everything so that we can implement that and use it as like a point of reference for making the rest. Instead of just doing all the animations right off the bat and then regretting it later. I just decided that this is what we do, and then I made like... we've made shitloads of characters, but they all just have like an idle animation at most. We have plenty of characters made already. Yep. We're a team. Working with Captain Kibbs. He's the team lead. The Bickering Bunch crew on YouTube. Professional. He runs a YouTube channel, a gaming channel, and makes some money through that to finance. I also made... I'll turn this off. Now, last time I opened it, it didn't want to work properly. So, which one is it? Is it this one? I think it's this one. This is something I haven't implemented in our new system, because before we didn't really have a proper real like tile system for rendering, so we were kind of just jumbling about a little bit, and I just made this system for like just having like flat backgrounds pretty much, and just being able to like warp into buildings by walking into the door and whatnot. So it doesn't really make sense for my current system, but I made a little shadow casting renderer or shader here that I have yet to implement in our new system. Because here I'm just using a light map basically, and I'm casting rays against that to determine where the shadows are. And what I need to do is I need to replace this light map with just our tiles.
Because I already have those inside the shader there. So I don't think it's gonna be very hard to translate this, but I know there are gonna be some issues. And you also have, if you... You grab a light, you can move it around. Shadows react to that, which is nice. But this has some issues. Because if you're casting against geometry, and your geometry only exists in 2D, the only shape you have to shape the shadow is the front of your tile. So when you need to cast, like, sideways, that's when things get kind of ugly. And I'm not really sure exactly how to handle that. But there are solutions. Like, I don't know, maybe just turning everything might work decently enough. But otherwise, what you can do is if you open up your tiles, is for every tile that isn't square, you can draw a sideways stencil, just black and white stencil for it. And I think that would work, kind of. It's just now then you have to handle like the transition between the two. I don't remember what I was doing anymore, but I also think it's about time to stop for today. I was making a new button here, and this button will set a level editor dot write lore number to toggle. There. This is what I was doing. I was just making a silly button. But I'm gonna go and make some food, and then in an hour or so I'll try to be back, and we'll try to figure out how to do some raycasting. I still don't understand it, to be honest. Especially not, like, spear casting and whatnot. But we'll try something. Anyhow. Yeah, you too, dude. Thanks for dropping by. Have a good night. See you later. Bye-bye.